the YouTube works now. So uh, I don't remember when I last streamed. Like I haven't streamed on my real channel for a long time, but I haven't even streamed on this one for a while. So yeah, I'm just going to be doing something. I'm not entirely sure. I just checked if the kick works. Basically, yeah, I don't know. Kick is written in PHP and Vue, and you can clearly see that. Like the sign up page that they have, which is like, I don't know, like your first impression, right? How well your sign up page works. And the sign up page is like completely doesn't work from the keyboard. You can't like search as you usually do. If you're like searching for a year, you can just like type a year, right? Instead of like scrolling through it. Like none of that works. It's just like a clickable div and stuff. And so I had this issue with them where I couldn't like I started to stream once and then it just like stopped working, and I could not change the uh, I could not change the category anymore. And I wrote like a bug report to them, and they said after like 2 weeks, they're like, "Oh, your email has too many dots in it." It just had it all. This sounds like the stupidest thing ever, and sounds like something who writes PHP could say. And uh, so they spent like a week changing my email. They finally did it because it's like you can't change it yourself. It has to be like through them. And I changed my email. Like it didn't fix anything. Today I even created like a new account just to check this like stupid idea of like too many dots, and it doesn't work in a new account. So I don't know what they're even thinking about. Like I don't know what's happening there. And yeah, that's fun. So I spent like 15 minutes on that, just checking how like PHP guys are doing. And yeah, I have some work that I need to do. It like requires working with like secrets and stuff. So I don't know. I have my camera that is should be like kind of like pretty far away so that you don't see my screen. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I can work on that. And yeah, so I will try to figure out what is going on. So first question is, I guess, let me do no screen sharing for now. So I don't see anything in chat here. Uh, I'm trying to remember how to do chat here. Okay, so this one, and let's test if that works. I tried to like play with some StreamYard, oh not StreamYard, like Restream settings, and I'm not entirely sure that works. Okay. Oh yeah, I guess I set up some kind of Discord channel. I forgot about it. And yeah. Okay, so where are we now? Yeah, okay. So I think it works. And yeah. Uh yeah. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So oh yeah, I guess I can start with this one. Uh oh, the kick some reply something. Yeah, they said yeah. I guess Can I just do this? That'll work. uh, yeah. So let me share my screen. So here is the okay. So how many gigs do I have? I just don't know yeah, I haven't signed in to this one. So this is how Kik looks. I guess let me show their sign up page. So all of this is like a div. So like so when I press arrows, it just like scrolls the model. Yeah, which is not the greatest thing. So if I type something, like it doesn't do anything. Yeah, so like there's no search here. So yeah, I think that they are using like Vue. I don't know how to see if it's like data V. I guess that's how you know that it's Vue. But yeah, it's pretty bad. Uh, okay, so that's their like first thing that is wrong, right? So the next thing is their like what is that? So if I'm on a smaller screen, it just like hides everything, and like this is how it shows. This is like literally how it shows. And if you click on this one, like this model is not scrollable, so you can't like see it. uh, yeah, so this was like a great idea as well. So, but yeah, the thing is that if I do some changes here, it's not going to be saved. So like the title is changed, but the category is not going to work. So yeah, and it disappears. So the next great idea they gave me is to type category. So it like tab doesn't work, so you can't like use this thing. You can't click on it. So I don't know like yeah, I don't know. I don't like I never used that in Twitch, but this seems like a stupid way of working with it. So category. Okay, so now I'm selecting a category, I'm pressing submit, and hey, you have to have a stream to save it. So, and the problem is that I can't start a stream because my category is not selected. Yeah, so this is like how this is how great Quick is. Yeah, this UI is just crazy. Like, why does it jump? You already like wrote this, like just change the word. I don't know. Like it's hard to understand people who use PHP. So I don't know. Is there anything else I want to show here? I mean, it's just bad, right? Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, they have this selector, but I don't know if that actually works. So uh, how were they detecting that? I mean, yeah, what I'm trying to say, probably like people who want to circumvent that, they will probably figure out the way. Anyway, so that was like a bit random PHP fun. So yeah, let's try to get some work done. So I think we'll try to do this. I will try to do this Dino stuff first. Yeah, I can share my screen for this one. So idea here is that oh yeah, I close my chat I guess. Yeah. So idea there is Dino supports Astra now, but there are no kind of like official docs, which I guess probably like the better way to do that. But they don't have that category in a sense. It's like where am I going to where am I going to write about this? Because they have like this thing called recipes. So it's like how to do like this, how to do this, and they have like SSR adapter, which by the way you can use SSG with Dino. They just don't don't have that. Um, so all of this like Dino stuff, but it's not how to like use Dino instead of Node. So like where would that kind of like go? And yeah, the funny part is that you don't have to deploy to Dino deploy if you use Dino, so you can still like use anything with anything. Yeah, hi. I figured that like I wasn't online for too long, and I should do something. So so this is what I have. This template used to be for Dino like 134, which required uh, like this patch that I had, and now it doesn't require it anymore. So the idea is to try to kind of like clean up everything. So now I have a template which will basically it just adds this script, which is okay. So that's the script, and it changes like adapter because you can't like preview without adapter. So it's possible that it should be like two templates. Like one is to just start with Dino, and yeah, maybe like even three templates. So I don't know. But I think I just want to like clean clean this up a bit and make it kind of like uh, I don't know, make it a good point, a good resource to for people who want to start with Dino. So this one also has okay, so that doesn't work. I need to like remove it. But this one also has the it has Dino. It needs to like manage dependencies in this like weird way, and yeah, so it should have probably like Google actions for everything to work. So I think that like the right way to do this is to set up a template that uh, that has like everything working, and then people can just like get rid of the stuff that doesn't work. I have a starter. Okay, opened it to the wrong thing. Okay, 9 months ago. Okay, for Dino deploy. So I guess let's start here. Rome. Why do you need Rome? Interesting. Okay, so yeah, worker. Okay, have a lot of stuff here. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, right. So this is what I'm kind of like afraid of. uh, it could be it. it could be fun to create a Dino template that like deploys to Vercel or something, just so that people kind of like understand how it works. Yeah, so post CSS stuff doesn't work in Dino right now. Yeah, yeah. So the idea is to, yeah, maybe I need to get rid of deploy stuff. Yeah, but this is the only way to do like preview commands. Hmm. Uh, interesting. Okay, so how do I do that? Okay, so I guess okay, so I just tweeted about this, and that was in replies. Continue deploy. Okay, it's pretty black at the moment. Should it be this black? Okay, it's a body. It's height 0. Okay. So did something die, or like what's happening here? um, yeah. So in terms of the stuff that I tweeted, that was basically this one. uh, so uh, first things first. You don't have to use this template. Uh, how do you install Dino? Dino build, Dino deploy. Interesting. Yeah. Create server, run it. Yeah, yeah. So first thing first, you don't have to this template. First, install, 135 or later. Then run. Yeah. So no install thing is we need that because otherwise it will try to like npm install, and like you don't need that. So close some files. Use like, okay, I'll use block template. Initialize get write TypeScript. Sure. Yeah, and now like I don't know the name of the folder, so that's why I do like this thing. Uh, so this cd Astrodino, and then uh, task dev. Okay. Yeah, so here's kind of like the difference between your template and this thing that I'm doing. I'm running Dino locally, so I don't have to uh, I don't have to use Dino deploy even. That's kind of like the thing I was saying. Yeah, it could be like completely kind of like static thing or something. Okay, so uh, let's let's explain what just happened. First is that we are not using Node uh, because Dino has uh, npm compatibility built in. So when running npm create Astro, uh, we are uh, we are initializing our project using Dino. Uh, that's why we don't want to run npm install and past no install flag. Uh, the parameter Astro could be muted if you omit that. If you want to uh, change the name of the project. Okay. Um, uh, uh, and now Dino task dev will uh, will will search for dev script in package JSON and run it using Dino. Uh, which will you can skip you can also just run so it's Dino run npm Astro minus a, I guess, minus a. Yeah. You can also just run, which is going to be exactly the same. Yeah. So here's the idea. Yeah. So Dino. Okay. Okay. So here's the plan. Well, why do you need this template then? So did that start working? Do you know why it's not working? So the difference is in the Astro config MJS, right? And Dino. For the most part, the only thing that is different is that you are going to get um, dino.jc file with tasks configured, and we added Dino deploy adapter in astro.config .mjs file. Okay, how did we add it? We added it like that. And I think, I guess for the most part, the only things that are different. Okay. I guess yeah, so if I try to do Astro preview right now, it will basically complain, or oh, I guess it uses like SSG. Maybe I don't even need this. Yeah, I wonder. I wonder. Yeah. Do we really need this? Yeah. And if I do task build, it will build SSG website. That's not bad, right? Yeah, that's cool. Deploy control has example. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I don't follow what you're trying to say. Okay, so deploy control action has an example. Okay, so this example is to how to deploy like manually, right? With deploy control. Yeah, I think I'm thinking that should be like a the GitHub action. Yeah. Okay. Uh, so now that we have this, I guess I actually don't need this file. Where's the file? Did I already remove it? So we need readme, I need tsconfig, we need packages. Maybe? Yeah, we don't really use packages, so oh, that's an interesting thing. You can connect that Dino deploy, and it's going to build GitHub action. Yeah. Yeah, I have that set up in a few places, so that's like a fun thing to figure out. Yeah, yeah, and I wonder if I should create like a small demo that is like Yeah, just to figure out all the like types and all of that stuff for Dino, because that's kind of like not really clear how to use like Dino dependencies and stuff. Yeah. Uh, okay. It's going to be exactly the same. You can also use Dino task build and Dino task preview to build and preview your project, because it's uh, because by default it's going to generate a static website. Okay, so why do you need this template? Yeah, that's exactly why do we need this template. Yeah, so the template is, yeah, so this is my idea of like I should probably create like two templates. So one template is just to show you how to use uh, Dino dependencies. So it could still be just like a static website, but it will show you stuff. But the other template could be like, hey, here's how to like Dino deploy. So like I wonder how like Fresh does it. Fresh.js. So if you go to Fresh and you create a new Fresh project, which by the way they had like a bug. So I have this project. Do you want to use Tailwind? This is like a lie because Tailwind doesn't work in Dino. And this is like a funny way of saying that, but it doesn't. Uh, yeah, I don't know how to say it. It's not there. So I have this Fresh project, and yeah, so it's using Twind instead of Tailwind. Yeah, so I have start, but how do I deploy, right? So this is the main, this is Fresh, this is dev, this is Dino. Okay, so I have start and update. I don't have the build, so I guess they don't. All right, it's bundleless and like buildless thing. Okay, but you should explain how to deploy the production. Yeah. So blah blah blah. After creating a project, point the git and point the way. Oh yeah, that's so nice. This is crazy. This is such this is such a cool idea. Um, yeah. Uh, you can also use Dino task build and preview to build the preview website, because by default it's going to generate a static website. Okay, so uh, yeah, so it's going to be it's going to require you a few steps to um, get the project running. I don't know what I don't know how to say all of this. Uh, okay, so well, again, you you don't need it, but if you are going to use Dino, um, uh, uh, for the most part, um, you can use uh, standard um, Astro documentation, uh, uh, but use stuff like Dino. So it's Astro. Yeah, so npm Astro. Oh, I'm in a fresh project. Yeah, so Astro add like Dino Astro add instead of npx Astro add and so on. Okay. Uh, there are some uh, tricks to uh, tricks tricky. There are some tricky parts, like it's um, like dependency management. If you want to use npm dependencies, uh, or TypeScript issues if you want to use Dino APIs. I don't think you can use like, yeah, you can't use like Dino imports. Uh, uh, and so if you rely on some stuff like Dino KV, you would only be able to deploy your project to Dino deploy. Uh, Obviously. um, and yeah, I guess like what is not working in what is not working in Astro. Oh yeah, and but keep in mind that because bundling happens in Vite, Vite doesn't understand how to um, use uh, how to use URL imports, so you won't be easily able to use Dino dependencies in your project. Okay. What's not working, Dino? This is not a full list, not a complete list. Just a few things that I noticed. Tailwind and post CSS in general. Okay, how to use this template. Okay, so for the most part, only thing that is, yeah, so What is the template? Uh, yeah, create project. So yes, I can like get all this stuff. So we only need no install. Everything else could be fine, and we pass the template. Okay, so CD Astrodino now. For the most part, this is going to be the same as a regular template, but here are the differences. You get just a file with task configured with tasks for dev, build and preview, so that you don't have to look at that. Yeah, there is like a warning. Uh, it it could also yeah, I know. Yeah, that's fine. So now we can Dino deploy adapter is already configured in astroconfig, and yeah. So what do we do in this one where we do Dino? Yeah, it's just like it's TypeScript error. Yeah, so like I guess like preview. If I do like a check, it will crash, right? Yep. Interesting. Oh, interesting. It doesn't even. It can't run check because we haven't installed it. Yeah. Okay. Delete components general. Um. No, start check. Doesn't work. Okay. Um. Uh, okay. So dev, build and preview. I guess maybe like deploy. Deploy. Um, yeah, so the thing is like this one has the deploy. Yeah, except that I need to remove this file. So it has the deploy in the, yeah, so it has types as built. Yeah, so you need to have like a key set here. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I should probably set up like okay, so you can either use I'll just pick up your link. I didn't have the link. Yeah, it's a bit confusing, like how to use it. Yeah. Um, you have to use. You have to use because Astro requires a build tab. Uh, you can either do that locally after um, or you can use GitHub Action. Okay, so yeah, and just yes, like C also. Um, the block unknown and for Dino 135. Yeah, so my KB stuff using KB. So yeah, so it has types and it even has the dependencies, right? The Lucia auth is a dependency. Working example that shows us using npm dependency and Dino KB, including Dino types. So that's the import Lucia auth. Yeah, it's fun that you're using Rome because doesn't Dino has its own like formatter? C import auth in Astro config.js and and types ask in JSON C. Okay, so um, uh, uh, how am I going to call your thing? What is your thing? So your thing is, I guess it's just like a starter template for Astro to deploy. Um, uh, how do I call it? Big starter or like featureful? I have 3,000 commits. Like, oh my god. Remote tracking branch upstream. Weird squash. Okay, a lot of squashing, not a lot of commits. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty useless in terms of the name. I haven't even realized it. I'm clicking on the same one. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what you're doing to create so many commits, but yeah, you should learn how to rebase stuff. This is too painful. Uh okay, so another Dino deploy oriented Astro template. It doesn't look like it's updated to use Dino locally yet. Is it? Because like, how you run it? I guess I can just check. Okay, and I do Dino task start. Or I guess it should. Yeah, a lot of dependencies. Taking some time to get it in. Should start. Is it a tool, app, TypeScript? And create just like a Dino template. Okay, it's still getting stuff down. You don't use like npm colon here, so feels like it's not going to work in Dino, but I don't know. Dino deploy oriented. Astro template is like it's updated to use Dino locally get, but should be should be a good inspiration. Okay. Oops. Okay, so I think that's it. So let's change it first. Things first. You don't have to use the template. First install Dino, then run Dino. Let's first that we're not using Node because Dino has a npm compatibility built in. So when we are running npm create, we are creating new project using Dino. The parameter could be needed if you want to change the name of the project. Okay. You can also use Dino task build preview general site website. For more start task blah 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 blah. There are some tricky parts like dependency management if you want to use npm or TypeScript issues you want to use Dino APIs. If you really okay, what is the template? Create a project. The same regular, but there are differences. You get file is already configured. Dev, build and preview. Okay, so deploy. Have to use control. So you can't. So you can either. Oops. Either. So you can either do that locally after Dino task build, or you can use GitHub Answer to do that for you. Okay, and I don't have examples for that yet. Okay, think this is it. Okay, did we get your thing? Yeah, you're using PostCSS, so this is not going to work. Exactly. So listen, it doesn't use Dino locally yet, but it should be a good inspiration. Okay. Okay. So yeah. Nicola, I think you're only getting the mention in README. Yeah, I don't see I don't see it going much further than that. Uh, yeah, Rush is cool. Rush is always cool. Okay, so yeah, so this is this one, Astrodino template, and we are saying that we are here and we updated our README. And do we have to remove anything? Could technically remove packages.json. I feel like it will work without it, and it could be a fun way of just like doing that. Yeah, let me just remove packages.json modules. Okay, so now we have all that. So tasks that. Okay, interesting. Failed to import Astro. Okay. So does that mean our Geno thing is written wrong? So if it's npm astro dev, it starts Astro, but then Vite doesn't know what to do with Astro config. Interesting. So if I do uh, npm here, what's going to happen? Yeah, right. So if I do build now, yeah, it still doesn't know something. Failed to resolve AstroJSX server. Okay. So if I pick up my package JSON back, okay, that magically that works. Interesting. Used to enable or disable non-magic when using npm packages. Okay, so now let's remove it again. Now if I go to JSON and just say enable the non-modules thing, will that change anything? Yeah, I think that's how you do it. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I'm learning Dino. So yeah, so do I need to do it this way then? Yeah, still need to do it. Okay. Okay. Okay, cool. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure how that works, but yeah. Okay, cool. So say that updated readme. Um, okay, so what's happening in our Dino log? So Astro, yeah, just updated Astro, I guess. Okay, yeah, so yeah, so remove package JSON just to show that we are doing it through Dino. We have to use modules here, otherwise it is going to break out. Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's go back to this. How to use this template. Okay, so going with this template, blah blah blah. Let's create a project. Yes, Git. Yes, TypeScript. Yes, this. And go to Astrodino. Get JSON file. Oh, it where's okay. Uh, okay, I don't know how escaping works, so that's going to be fun. Try to fix this a thing. Okay. Yeah, that's worse somehow. Okay. Let's just get rid of it. Yeah, it's possible that they'll just like keep from. Okay, this is fine enough. Okay, so now I do this. Yeah, it starts much faster than than yours. I guess it's just like in cache. So I can build, I can preview. So 0, 5. Oh, interesting. I guess I didn't allow all the permissions. Syscall. Oh, I didn't allow syscall. I don't even know how to go to this. Okay, interesting. So it's like it's not right, because we're using adapter. It's not SSR. So do we use pre-render? Yeah, we use pre-render false. Okay, so so we go to preview. So in preview, we need to allow a syscall. Okay. That's fun. Yeah, so run this. Okay, it didn't pick it up. Oh, because I'm in the. Okay, so I need to go to Dino here, and if I copy this here, and if I start a task, now it works. Okay, fun. Um, yeah, which is like it doesn't have to be a part of template, but I guess it is a bit. Okay, uh, we need to enable syscalls to get uptime. Okay, push, and that's it. Okay, so hopefully some people can appreciate this thing. Yeah, so we're not doing the type stuff, but we have like talks on how to do type stuff. Yeah, I'm linking the same thing twice. It's not the same thing. Yeah, this one is just for KV stuff. Yes, I should rebase it on top or something. Okay, let's look at this one. So I tried to rebase it, and we'll see what's going to happen here. So our dev is yeah, it's using unstable. Okay, so let's say run unstable, this unstable, and this unstable. So this one should be the same. This one should be the same. And this one is not the same because we also allow end now, not end the syscall stuff now. And we are add types. Okay, so I'll say that it's this. Okay, so now Dino deploy. So in preview, do we change anything in preview? Yeah, we just add deploy. Yeah. Okay, so keep the preview the same. We add deploy. Okay, interesting. There's some stuff. Okay, so now the question is, yeah, so I forgot the comma here. Oh, okay. Yeah, so this. Okay, perfect. So, yeah, so let's go to README. Uh, so, we do update README. Oh, I haven't fixed the. Oops, I haven't fixed the merge request for some reason. It built. Okay, which one? So I tried to build yours and it crashed because it uses Postgres and stuff, Post CSS and stuff. But I finished with my with the one that is in a template. So like first things is that you could just like, oh, okay, it's the wrong. I'm showing the wrong readme. So first is that you can just like use just regular Astra template and it's going to work. And the second is like for my template, and I tested both of them and they both seem to work. Your failed. Yeah, yours is how to use Dino. Oh no, how to use Astro and deploy to Dino deployed, which is like one use case, right? So mine is to use Dino locally and deploy to kind of like anywhere. Of course, kind of like if you're using Dino locally, it's better to deploy to Dino deploy, but like the instructions that are here, for example, right? So these instructions are going to create just like a static website. So you could deploy to like Netlify or GitHub pages or whatnot. So it's like, hey, there's I can just like I can use Fresh or I can use Astro. I don't have to like install Node. I actually haven't tested with like I haven't tested in an environment where just like Node is like not installed at all, and just to see that it doesn't cause any issues. But yeah, the idea is that yeah, you want to like deploy to GitHub pages and you don't have to install Node. But the best part is of course like this kind of like stuff where you use Dino locally, so you can get like Dino deploy working, and you can um, you have Dino working locally and you deploy to Dino deploy and you get Dino KV everywhere. So that's kind of like a fun thing. Okay, so I need to rewrite the I need to rewrite the readme. So Astro Dino uh, template. Okay, so for this one, and I have Dino KV. So I want to have the so like for the original, yeah. So we just link to original README. We just say, uh, hey, uh, please read the original README. Um, okay, so now, yeah, so regular stuff as before. Uh, task dev, build preview, and okay, I can actually just like remove until here probably. Uh, so yeah, so deploy to deploy. Yeah, so set access token, install Dino control, create a new project. Okay, got it. Yeah, I should probably like create a separate commits. Okay, so let's try just copying here. Okay, so yeah, so I can deal here, I guess. That readme. Yeah, so accept coming. That should be just the deploy part. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, uh, Let's get pushing stuff, and let's see how it looks. Deploy to deploy. So set access token, install deploys control. Yeah, and I guess yeah, it would be fun to have types and have uh, GitHub action. Okay, so let's say that we're kind of like done with this. So what was my tweet about? Was my tweet about Dino stuff? I guess I can just like write a new one. Okay, so uh, how to refresh one word? Refresh. Yeah. I don't know what minus R means. Remote. Reload. Oh, interesting. So that it doesn't like use the old version. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Not as nice looking. Yeah. I don't know. Get your master project set up. Oh, you know. Okay. Probably it for now. Okay. Uh, yeah. I also like I don't have a framework there. Uh, that that also comes with some kind of yeah. It probably should be Preact, right? get to get people's blood boiling. Um, okay, so yeah, that's probably it for now. Uh, yeah. How do they do all of that stuff? Why is it as a star? What does it mean? I didn't get it. So star one has signals, but this one has look really similar. Just like never know all the like the syntax things. It's like Preact, but Preact slash is like this one. Yeah, crazy. Okay, so uh, that's enough of that. And you have a yeah. I should update it now that it's now that it's more official. And again, I should probably just like go to Astrodocs and describe it there somehow. But how to run Astro on Dino and or deploy. This is like not really accurate, but would be fun. Okay. Uh, okay. Yeah. Oh, so what's the quick thing? Yeah, this is like stupid. This is stupid. Like, how could that be like that bad? Those are the questions I'm asking myself. Is that a Slav name? Serbian. Oh, cool. How do you pronounce it even? Well, Welshka? Welshka? Welshka. Interesting. I never heard that name before, but I guess there's like a famous person with that name. Yeah, the kick one is just like stupid. Like I don't get what they're trying to do. And it's like, yeah, I just talked with a guy who they basically started with Elixir, and uh, they started hiring front end people, and front end people are like, yeah, we are like not looking at your Elixir stuff. We're going to do everything in like in Vue, React, and all that stuff. They had like different teams doing different projects, and they're like, should we just like use Elixir like live view, and won't that be like easier? So yeah, it was like funny to. Okay, so Velico. You're saying it's Velico. I'm thinking it's Velshko. Veliko. Veliko is like a something like big in Russian. So Veliko from Kick. I'm Bulgarian, trust me. It's Veliko. 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 Yeah. Yeah, in Russian it's like um there's like a velik. Velik is like a bicycle. And there is a veliko, 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 veliko. Yeah. Yeah, it is great, and it's kind of like the same two meanings like as in English, as in like big, including like fat, and great. So it's like Great Britain is Великобритания, which is like Great Britain, but just I know Koshka and Kotik. Yeah, 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 exactly. Yeah, and if the Koshka is big, right? That's like a lion. Yeah, but you would not use like Veliki. You would use Большой, which is I don't know. I guess it's like big and great in English. Yeah, I don't know how to help those guys. They're doomed. It's really there's no hope for them. Yeah, I wrote the first message like a month ago. Yeah, and they still don't know what is going on. Uh, okay, so let's switch gears a bit and turn into uh, try to do some co-working stuff. So let me turn off my screen. Yeah, I should ask like a security expert how easy it is to like at what like font size this becomes like a security consideration. So here they have like a Google written on the thing. So you can clearly see that one. But here it says like uh, search Google, and that one is probably like not visible at all. But it might depend on on the font or something. So I should make like a more pixelated version, or I don't know, like I put something put something on top of it sometimes. But okay, so let's get to music and let's get to trying to figure out what I'm going to work on today. And that's probably not going to be the secret stuff. I'll probably do that sometime. Exemplate template. Okay. Can I edit this? Exemplate template. Okay. Uh, okay. So let's do this. Where's my music? Should make it quieter. I don't remember how quiet it should be. Divide.
Yes, you're very quite tough, always having bad luck. You think you're going crazy. Look up, there's a new life waiting. Your head's buried in the sand. You've been dealt the wrong hand. Can't imagine how you feel. Only you know that it's real. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Because you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger. Because you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger. Yes, you're very quite tough, always having bad luck. You think you're going crazy. Look up, there's a new life waiting. Your head's buried in the sand. You've been dealt the wrong hand. Can't imagine how you feel. Only you know that it's real. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Don't look back, just carry on, carry on, carry on. Because you are stronger. Yes, you are stronger. Because you are stronger.
Running full system diagnostics. Machine status fully operational. System online. All stations are now enabled. Target dog the resistance. Operation Overkill.
one steps down and escapes the day will calmly walk away from the fray. When structure falls and all else fails, we will build it once again. When the colors fade and it turns to gray, we'll calmly walk away from the fray. When structure falls and all else fails, we will build it once again. We can climb high, higher than before, or we could stand by while it burns to the floor, though we cannot fly. We will build and the wounds will mend as we build it once again.
pretending nothing's wrong for far too long. Say it out loud, like you really mean it now, 'cause this is the last time. We're at the crossroad, and I can't let it go. I try to make you stay, but you're already far away. We're at the crossroad, and I'll let it go. Now I know this much is true. I won't be running after you. Say the words, even if it hurts. We've been pretending nothing's wrong for far too long. Say it out loud, like you really mean it now, 'cause this is the last time. We're at the crossroad, and I can't let it go. I try to make you stay, but you're already far away. We're at the crossroad, and I'll let Cambridge to Boston, lives in a world she's lost in, victim of compromise. He's staring at her Aberdeen heart, London eyes, Glasgow bones. She's a whistle in the catacombs, a paradox. He's in love with the statue in a marble block. He's in love with the girl that time forgot. She just shakes her ears. She's falling too far with salt in her scars. Won't let it taste her tears. She's falling too far. The girl that time forgot. Wasted moments, full of potential atonement. An angel in disguise, but he can see her Aberdeen heart, London eyes, Glasgow bones. She's a whistle in the catacombs, a paradox. Oh, he's in love with the statue in a marble block. He's in love with the girl that time forgot. She just shakes her ears. She's falling too far with salt in her scars. Won't let it taste her tears. She's falling too far. The girl that time forgot. That time forgot. The girl that time forgot.
sound. Check this out.
I'm running away from the past I left behind. I'm looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the light. I'm lost in the music, can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight and out of mind. Snowblind, out of like in a nightmare, but you keep doing it for the thrill. Well, this is reality, you only live it once, so wake up from your dream. But just for tonight, let the lines get blurred, let your thoughts be free, let your thoughts be free. Just for tonight, let your thoughts be free. Just for tonight, would you come with me? Just for tonight, let the lines get blurred. Just for tonight. Chase the wind and touch the sky. A star's light shines on long after it dies. Oh, in the night, I live every day as if it's your last. All memories been bright like beacons of the past. Oh, in the night, now we race against the sun. Now we race against the Now we race against the sun. Now we race against the Race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Now we race against the sun. Ooh. Never
turn it on.
Shadows fall over my heart. I black out the moon. I wait for you to come around. You got me dancing in the dark. I've closed my eyes, but I won't sleep tonight. Baby, you should come with me. I'll take you to the dark side. Me and you and me, do bad things in the nighttime. Baby, you should come with me, and we can kill the lights, hit the lights, let it black out, hit the lights, let it black out. Oh. Blackbird, black moon, black sky. the night, but it's the only way of life. It's black holes pulling me inside of this black heart, the black soul underneath this black, black sky. Baby, you should come with me. I'll take you to the dark side. Me and you and me, do bad things in the nighttime. Baby, you should come with me, and we can kill a light, hit the light for the blackout, blackout, hit the light for the blackout, blackout. Hey. Blackbird, black moon, black sky, black light, black everything, black, black heart, black keys, black diamonds, blackout, black everything, black, black everything, everything, all black, everything, everything, all black, everything, everything, all black, everything, everything, black. Baby, you should come with me. Me and you and me. Baby, you should come with me, and we can kill the lights, hit the lights for that blackout, blackout, hit the lights for that blackout, blackout. Blackbird, black moon, black sky, black light, black everything, black, black heart, black keys, black diamonds, blacked out, black everything, black, black everything, everything, all black, everything, everything, all black, everything, everything, all black, everything, everything, black.
started carrying coffins.
That's how we do it. Yeah. That's how we do it. Look at the sky, the sun won't ask for one if it can rise. Look at your mind and ask yourself what keeps you trapped inside. Look at the lies that follow you when you run and hide. Look at the sky, the sun won't ask, the sun won't ask the world if it can rise. Look at the sky, the sun won't ask for one if it can rise. Look at your mind and ask yourself what keeps you trapped inside. Look at the lies that follow you when you run and hide. Look at the sky, the sun won't ask, the sun won't ask, the sun won't ask, the sun
sunlight begins to fade now, and I feel like I'm losing time, but I don't know how I'm here. The sunlight has turned to gray, and I feel like I'm losing love again. I don't know how I'm here. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel somewhere you're looking down. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel somewhere you're looking down. 'Cause it's you I'm loving, and it's you that I wanna breathe. And it's you I'm loving, and it's you that I wanna need. And it's you that I wanna need. And I know now we're getting older. The world we built is slipping through our fingers. We're running out of time. But you are the one I've chosen, and I won't lay still, living left behind, imprisoned by this love. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel somewhere you're looking down. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel somewhere you're looking down. 'Cause it's you I'm loving, and it's you that I wanna breathe. And it's you I'm loving, and it's you that I wanna need. And it's you that I wanna need.
and I can't slow down. No, can you feel it too? There ain't no stopping now. Feet off the ground, head to the sky. Yeah, wind by my side. You in my vision, directly we collide. You pull me in, I don't resist. Time seems to fly, but the clock doesn't tick. I crash into you, we both feel the hit. We both feel the way that our chemicals mix, and I wish that I just keep my eyes shut. Maybe this time it'll be enough. So I need the dark. Without you here, I wouldn't never see the stars. I'm headed for you. Put on the gas. I'm coming straight at you, no looking back. I'm here, I'm your statue. Your heart is a magnet, I'm coming at you. Girl, you're my target, I'm aiming at you. You're a comet, I'm trying to catch you. We can break any rule they ever taught you. Forget about anything they ever bought you. Cause me and you don't need a lot in this world to get by. Plus you know I got you, you pull me in. I don't resist, time seems to fly but the clock doesn't tick. I crash into you, we both feel the hit. We both feel the way that our chemicals mix. And I wish that if I just keep my eyes shut, maybe this time it'll be enough. So I need the dark. Without you here, I would never see the stars. I'm headed for you. Put on the gas. I'm coming straight at you, no looking back. You are my star. We are connected, misdirected to the high. You are my star. We are connected, misdirected to the high. Then we collide.
Okay. I was like so busy I didn't even take any breaks. Hi. So let me figure out how I can show stuff without leaking tokens and such. And well, I will talk a bit about what happens. Okay. So we have this project which is we have like a several libraries in Fogbender that we need to publish to npm, and basically we split our repo kind of like into two, so that our kind of like application code is in one monorepo, and all of our like npm publishable stuff in the other. Unfortunately, we have still like some overlap, and it's much easier to work on our kind of like API thing. We basically have like a TypeScript SDK to talk to our server through WebSockets, and it's much easier to work on it like inside of application. You make a change, you see right away if it's there or not, but we still want to like publish it on GitHub, and there is like this like a not nice like manual step of like synchronizing the changes from Fogbender to Fogbender OSS, and like from Fogbender OSS to Fogbender, and like I haven't done it in like in months. So I finally like tried to do it. The problem is that we the thing is that we don't use our stuff from like npm, so it's like, yeah, we haven't published npm for like 6 months, who cares, like we're not using it internally. And it's a bit bad for like people who are trying to use those packages, and they're like, hey guys, when are you going to update? So I was doing that. I was doing like just checking what all the changes that were like a font backender and pushing it here. The problem that I have right now is that like all our tests are breaking. And yeah, and the other problem is that like I don't have the proper token to push to our branch and stuff. But I think I fixed that one. So now I need to fix the issue of okay, doesn't show the test. Basically, we have some tests failing, and I just haven't looked into. It's probably like we're using like different versions of TypeScript or ESLint or whatnot, and I just need to figure it out. And so the big kind of like thing that is happening is that we are probably going to open source Fogbender like itself. So unfortunately, the way that it's set up right now, we will probably still keep Fogbender and like Fogbender RSS project separately, which means we probably need to change some names. But yeah, before we can do that, we need to do a lot of kind of like cleanup to make sure that everything is kind of like in place. And yeah, so this is like one of those things is just to make sure that our like history between Fogbender project and Fogbender RSS project. I don't know how we're going to call Fogbender RSS now. Is it Fogbender npm something? I don't know. So that's kind of like how we use it. That's for stuff that we need to deploy to npm. QGP, by the way, is part of the Fogbender RSS. It's not like it's not in my like project. It's not in my repository. It's because it used to be part of the Fogbender monorepo, and I think that's the only package that we use from npm in our whole thing. But yeah, because there's like one file that we actually need, so I don't know. Maybe we will change it later. But anyway, so now I'm kind of like I guess I can just stream the whole thing how I do it. I don't have to hide my screen. Probably, maybe, I don't know. Okay, I was talking for like 5 minutes. How are you doing? Yeah, and the bigger problem is that it's completely kind of like not. It's hard to automate that process, and the problem is that when we work on our library, we work on it in a like that one environment. But for open source, you want to write like change logs and all that stuff, and I'm not doing like the best job of it, but at least like the setup, it's there to be able to do this sort of stuff. So what monorepo? Um, so I think the first monorepo ever we tried was Lorna. Then we, I know that like for a long time we just used uh, Yarn something runner. There's like WS runner or something like that. I think. Yeah, uh, yeah, WS run, I guess. Yeah. So this is almost like what Turbo does. So you still need to use like Yarn to get like packages discovered and all that stuff. And you just use this to like, hey, run like tests in everywhere. And it just kind of like died at some point because we had like three packages depending on each other, like in specific order, and it would just like not figure out how to run that. So we migrated to TurboRepo. We don't use like the remote cache and all that stuff, so it's just like locally. And yeah, so it's Yarn Workspaces and TurboRepo. And I always want to try like NX stuff, and it's always like when I open it, I'm like, oh, that's from Angular guys, right? And close it. I don't know how to get past that because that's supposed to be like the pretty cool one. And uh, yeah, so one problem is like Turbo, for example, is that StackBlitz can't run it because it's like a Rust library or like Go library. I don't remember, like a binary, and you can't run it in StackBlitz. So I think for like QGP, I don't remember for what, but like I remember like working on some like open source project and thinking, oh, I would like to use Turbo, but now I would have to like write everything twice, once with people who have Turbo and the other times for like people who don't. So yeah, I haven't figured that out. And there is like this Moon. Uh, yeah, so I think I tried it for like a small project or something. I don't like remember anything about it. I just know about it existing, and it has the same issue as like Turbo, that it's like a binary that doesn't work in StackBlitz. And so like there was no reason for me to kind of like learn it. So, but yeah, as like the tools that I know is Turbo, NX, and Moon, and I can't get past NX. And like the thing about NX is that it's supposed to be like the best one, the fastest one, and all that stuff. But it's like a framework. Like everything has to be done through their tools, otherwise it's not working. That like they have their own CRA kind of like alternative that like, yeah, no, like we don't care about like Vite or Webpack, we have our own thing. And it's like I don't want to be like so invested in this one thing. With Turbo I can kind of like get rid of it and just like write a script that does kind of like the same. But yeah, the NX scares me for some reason. Yeah, so the thing is that so we have uh I guess I can close this now. Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to deal with it. I think I can close this now. So we have like our GitHub. Uh, so release stuff, it's change set stuff. So the only important things are like all those tokens, and hopefully they're fine now. But the check stuff is like what is checking if it builds, and I guess when I wrote it, 14 was still relevant. There is a void in monorepo tooling. I mean, is there like it feels like there are like too many tools, right? And they're just not exactly great. So I think Turbo is fine. It's the problem with Turbo is that it's either like works perfectly or there's like just no way to configure it right. And I think I had some issues with it, and I don't remember like how I solved it, but I just remember like, yeah, there's I'm probably not going to fix it. Okay, so the idea is that we are running like this yarn build command, which I think passes. Oh, I guess it doesn't. Probably just like didn't update packages. Turbo is good. I use it, but it feel painful together, right? Yeah, yeah. I think I tried to like set up like all the dependencies once with it, and it's just I couldn't kind of like figure out how to like enforce something. I don't remember. All of this like DevOps stuff, it just I get tired of that pretty quickly. Yeah, so Prettier build and Prettier works, but we have this yarn test thing and it doesn't work. So it crashes in Fogbender test, it seems. So Fogbender is our like okay. It also seemed to crash in QGP as well. Okay. So interesting. Use at your own risk. Okay, what does that mean? Nuxt.js. Can I just like remove Nuxt? Is that a better turn of events? Like, okay, so why do we have? Okay, we don't have Nuxt in our Fogbender repo. It's just it's just this thing. Why? 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 Those are important questions. Okay, so I got on.js. Okay, on.js supposed to be some kind of thing. Don't remember anything about it. It's a crazy warning. Which warning? Failed to load plugin. Unicore declared. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. Okay, so can we? What are we thinking of? Just like I don't know why I have this Knox thing. Okay, but there is some ES thing, unicorn. Okay. Okay. I can also see if I can just like update it or something like that. Sometimes those things just like fix themselves. So let's get rid of all the Knox things and just try to update it. Yeah, this is like definitely not the best part of the of like front end development when you have to debug some kind of like node stuff that no one cares. Okay, so didn't get the didn't get any updates to this thing. So does that mean what? So we have a QGP package JSON, so it should be here, and our version is 11 and they have 12. So I guess it doesn't want to update it unless I change this. Now maybe I can change, maybe I can update it. I don't know why I have like a Nux dependency. That seems crazy. It just feels like I copied some stuff. Okay, so is that good? Cache miss. Okay, so it still tries to do something. Okay, is that better or is that worse? I still have no idea what's going on. Okay, so what's this one? Yeah, it's Proto. So in Proto we have, yeah, we have like this or true. So like we ignore the AES-lint output. Okay, I'm trying to understand why it's a miss, but I think it fixed it. It looks kind of fixed, so I'm just going to say that it fixed it. Date to fix QGB as lint warning. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so now, oh, it's not build, but it's which one? Test. Okay, so yeah, so this one is super confusing. I don't get what is going on there. Kind of fix it, yeah. I mean, it's not good because like when it's going to break again, I will still not know what happened. So there's this thing. So we have this warning here that it should be stroke width and stroke like line. So it should be this for it to work. Okay, there are still some errors. Maybe I didn't change. Yeah, I still have some of them. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so this is how it was before. It was with dashes. And for some reason we changed it in FogPanther. So I guess if I open this, okay, interesting. So it shows a warning here, but why did we change it to the other one? Okay. Okay, how do I know which one is the right one? So this is solid.js types. And this is solid.js types. Okay. Is it possible that I'm using just like a wrong version of? How does it know that it should pick up types from solid here? Because I don't specify it anywhere. This is our like solid in production, by the way. We're using it for like like one component. Yeah, so it's like depending on some props, it should do like this or that or this, and we use T wind instead of tailwind, which is probably like the wrong move. We should probably like move it to tailwind, because it's like it's just sending like JavaScript to client, which we don't really need. What does that component do? Okay, so basically, if you go to like prompts with friends, and where is it? Okay, this one. So this like icon, I don't know if it will pick up the solid. Do I even have like a solid thing? Yeah, I don't know what I don't know if I have like a solid DevTools, but this component starts kind of like here. Yeah, so all of this stuff should be we have this index. Yeah, so it starts here. So we have this container, and we need to use shadow root. Yeah. So this is like the function that API would call. And it's like, hey, I want to create a floating widget, and it will pass you kind of like the element, I think. Or where do we attach body? Oh, okay, so we attach the container ourselves. Yeah, so we just like call this function like, hey, show me a widget, and we create a div like this one, right? And just like put it in body, which I don't know if that like breaks hydration or something for Next.js. Like maybe I didn't test it enough. Augmented chat thing is solid. Yeah, so it's not really. That's let me let me explain what's happening. So it will create that div. It will put like a shadow root so that when we insert our widget into your website, you don't have to like think about like, oh, I wonder if like all of my divs have like a border or something, or like something stupid like that. So we have our own like style sheet for this, and that's where basically how we use tvint is like to do all of the like resets and stuff, because some rules are still going to apply from the parent whatever thing. So yeah, it's just like complicated shadow root stuff. But it will create this button with like all the kind of like animations and stuff. Um, but when you click on it and it shows like this thing, it's actually an iframe. So like this kind of like container from the iframe, it's in solid, but the iframe itself, so like everything that is inside of this iframe, it's React. But yeah. Until you kind of like load the iframe, and like the iframe lives in its own kind of like isolated whatever they call it. So we are like not polluting like kind of like your page with our like React stuff. We're just like showing an iframe. So I imagine we can like rewrite everything in solid here, but it's probably not going to kind of like matter much. But it was fun to play with that, and like with using solid here, because it's nice to have like it's not nice to have all of those kind of like declarative things instead of trying to create like everything like this way, right? Because it used to be like written like that, but at some point with like all of the buttons and animations, they're like, okay. I mean, I say we, but I think I just like uh, once we started adding like different styles of this thing, I just like rewrote it in Solid, and uh, don't remember I had any issues with it. Yeah, I think the biggest issue is that it can't SSR because of how Solid compilation works. And yeah, we had some like compilation issues, and it's like it's still not fixed. It just kind of like won't fix kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, if you're using Solid, you have to do that. The problem is that we have like a div, right? So this div, the source code will read something like that, like const element equals document create. It's like it's called like template, so it has like some logic under it. But in the end, the problem is that it creates document, and it creates it eagerly. So whenever you just like import the module, it will try to access document. It would be like much easier if it was like some kind of like constructor that like waits before doing all of this stuff. But they were optimizing for some other stuff, and yeah, that kind of like that created some problems for us. Um, anyway, I can still say that we use Solid in production. That's our thing. And I think we use Solid in production somewhere else. I mean, like Promises Friends, there's like this animation. It's using Solid. It doesn't use like Solid components. I mean, technically does like a bit, but like the component returns are not null. So, but yeah, I think that's probably it. And I think I had QGP.app written in Solid at some point. I don't remember if it is right now or not. I think it's like React component, whatever like React. Yeah, I don't remember. Maybe this one is Solid or React. Okay, so where were we? So I think what we're going to do is we're going to just revert that change for uh, floating widget. So it was SVG something. No. Oh yeah, this one. So that was just like in the wrong folder. Yeah, so we will just try to revert this, and like I have no idea why. And I think that that's going to be the case for now. Yeah, so now that should be good. We can push I don't know, fix CI crashes. Yeah, so hopefully this one is going to like pass the CI. So fix CI crashes. Not entirely sure how I fixed this, but it works. Yeah, so now let's see if it actually works. SPR includes no change set. Oh, sure, I should have created change set. So the change set is going to be for. Oh, interesting. I reverted the change. Okay, this is slightly silly. Okay, so So this, and now change set. So this is a FogBender package, and revert SVG attribute changes. Okay. I mean, we're still going to see if like the test pass or not. They're running pretty long because it's
In_ is now following.
Oh, thank you for the follow. I'm trying to understand what that trying to understand what that nickname should mean. It sounds like a Wheel of Fortune like a thing. So I need to guess the letters. It means me. Okay. That's good enough answer for me. Yeah, your avatar seems familiar, but that's the problem with all kind of like anime or cartoon avatars. So if I know you, can you remind me who you are? And if not, yeah, just hi and what are you up to? Okay, so the task for this one passed. I guess like 14 is just lower. Okay, it also passed. Okay. I think we are good. I think we only need to do the change set thing. And it should be fine. It's still doing something. What does it do? What post use? Oh, it probably like stores some kind of cache somewhere. Oh, that's the name, and just enough lower. Okay. Oh, I see. How do you pronounce it? I wonder. Ine? Eine? Ini? And yeah, just what I do is I'm Gelarchy usually, but I started to have issues with Gelarchy being taken somewhere, so I didn't want to do like Gelarchy 2 or something. So the way that I do it is I do Gelarchy 2012 because that's supposed to be like the end of the world, and I'm thinking, okay, it's going to be so funny in like 20 years where when someone will see Gelarchy 2012 and they will think that this is like my birth year. So I don't know, like I'm like 5 to 10 years away from this being funny. Okay. Okay, so now it will like rerun all the checks, which I'm going to ignore and just merge it. So now it should create an action that is for like releases. Investing in a junk for a long term. Yes, that's kind of like I don't remember when I like first started using that, but let's just imagine like the year 2008, and I think of like a nickname, and I'm like, okay, Gelarchy 2012. Like everyone is sure that in 2012 we are all going to die. So it was already kind of like funny just because it's kind of like the end of the world date. But wouldn't it be funnier when someone will think because I could have used like my birth year, but that wouldn't be funny. Yeah, I don't know. And I think there was like a recent I don't know, like Discord, right? So Discord is the bad guys. They introduced like the usernames, and someone took Gelarchy. So I'm Gelarchy 2012 on Discord, even though it's 2023 already. So it's yeah. Discord one wasn't funny. Okay, so what is going on then? So this is release thing. So this should be the boss setup. No. So this one is just like checking that it works. I don't think it publishes to npm yet. I'm slightly like terrified of publishing to npm. Because that means I need to go to like all the examples and stuff and check that they work. Which you might not have like the time to do. Oh yeah, I remember where else we use solid. That's actually like the cool, very cool usage. So okay, so it should create like a new pull request. Yes, it did. Okay, so this is what what you get when you didn't publish in like a half a year. It just like yeah, just like tons of changes. Yeah, and we have a few breaking changes, so I wonder how that's going to play out. Okay, so batch changes fix. Yeah, okay, so yeah, and fog banner React has to be updated because dependency is updated. Okay, so far everything seems fine. All the changes should be just like removing change sets. Yes, 70 70 change sets. It's probably not 70, it should be smaller, but a lot. Okay, and just like versions. I have like a hard coded like in code versions so that we can collect kind of like these details. Otherwise, you have to like try to find where your like package JSON is or like do some other hacks. Yeah, just like easier to hard code it and in the build step. They're going to have documentation for all of that. Like which part? Yeah, the next thing is I just use like ESLint preset from Nuxt, I guess, and yeah, I don't know, maybe it's conflicting with something. So, so the way that we use the way that we use I don't remember where maybe we haven't documented it yet, but yeah, we did. Okay, so let me check if we have examples. Yeah. So so we try to like so we had a few customers who are like, okay, so we're using like Vue. Do you have a wrapper for Vue? And they're like, yeah, we have React and we have like a script tag. So most of them are just fine with taking a script tag and like implementing it themselves. It doesn't have to be a script tag. We have it just like npm package as well, so you can just like yeah. So I think Svelte people are like just yeah. We never have like wrappers for Svelte, so we just like use the like the JavaScript version, and it's like it works. So so there was this company who were like, okay, we need like a Vue wrapper. So we wrote one, and they're like, no, you wrote like Vue 3, but like the real Vue is Vue 2. We're like, okay, we wrote the version for Vue 2, and then say, no, we have like the proper real version of Vue. It's like Vue 2.6, which is like incompatible with like with anything. So we just gave up and wrote a web components version. And yeah, so there you just create like a kind of like HTML tag, right? And you pass your like data or whatever. If you use like a real web components thing, which I think like in Svelte you can do that and all that stuff, you can like pass objects instead of just like stringifying things. So the web components thing is written with solid element. So yeah, so this one. And it doesn't have like too many downloads, but I guess it does now. It used to be like just 0 when we started using it. And yeah, it's not like documented. It's like it's not the best experience, but I like it. I think I use it somewhere else, but this is like the main kind of like production thing. Okay, so hopefully while we were talking, it like it ran all the stuff that it needed. Okay, it did. Well, it's cool like that. No wrappers. Yeah, it's just the problem of like of shortcuts is like all the jaded people who are like coding for 10 years. They're like, yeah, you can take a shortcut, but like you would have to pay for it later. And it's always like that with Svelte. It's like, yeah, in Svelte you don't have to like pass a key value to differentiate like the elements, but like you have to add it later because it's like it's like wrong not to pass it. So yeah, it's, I don't know. I'm always kind of like skeptical about Svelte, but I understand why people like it. Yeah, today. Yeah, so I was supposed to be working on something else, and yeah, it just required too many like keys and stuff, so I decided to do this. Yeah. So I'm sure that like I have just like intuition that it's going to be bad, and I'm sure if I like use it for real, I will like know all the like actual problems with it. But yeah, I just know. I don't know. I feel like I feel like I don't have to try it. Okay, so now we are trying to merge it, and why I have code flow? I don't think it works because of the. I should probably remove it. Yeah, that's why I like Solid. It's just like Ryan cares about details like that. He doesn't care about like TypeScript or what are the like the build tools. So like it's impossible to care about everything. But the stuff that he does care, it's just like, yeah. In terms of like, oh, like we don't want to pass keys in arrays. Here is like the real solution. It's not just, oh, just don't pass the key. We will try to figure something like unoptimal. And Ryan's solutions are always like, no, it's either like the most optimal that I know, or we are not doing it. And yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, and Svelte is like, yeah, just like whatever the simplest, whatever the like the easiest one, and it's fine. It's like Svelte is like number 4 framework for like years, right? So it's working for them, but it's not working for me. Okay, so now it should build all the packages, and it will figure out like all the versions that need to be published, and hopefully it will publish it. I haven't checked my like token npm token before, so we will know in real time. I think we're using Beat for this, by the way. I'm trying to do like this DNT thing now because I think that's really cool, but I haven't done anything with dependencies. Yeah, so it publishes this version, this version, this version. I wonder if it publishes like all three at the same time. What's going on? Yeah, so locally when I publish, it asks me for like all the like OTP tags and stuff. Yeah. Okay, so it published to npm, and it should create like releases pages for all of that stuff. So it's like, hey, we released like this thing, and we released this thing, and we released this thing. And now we check Fogbender versions. Yeah, so new version with 0 downloads. So Fogbender, React, and Fogbender Proto. Okay. Yeah, so Fogbender Proto is like kind of like low level SDK if you're like building a chat on top of Fogbender. And we only have like one company who is doing that. And judging by download numbers, they might have some kind of setup where it doesn't download it too much, because it's like, yeah, they clearly downloaded more than 2 times. Like, I don't know why it works like that. They use like React Native, so I don't know how the tooling there works. Yeah, how big of the Quick and Preact things? I think Preact is fun. I think like the fresh setup that they have is like Dino KB and like the SaaSkit that they're doing, the Dino SaaSkit. I think it's like a cool. Okay, how do I click on it? No, this one. Hi, hello. Okay, I don't. I guess like GitHub, right? They only have GitHub. They used to have like a separate page for it, so I don't remember. Yeah, so like this SaaSkit, there's like the fresh and things. I think it's a like a cool setup. I was like, hey, we are doing things differently. We're doing things our way, and Quick is fun. I watched today was a stream with Learn with Jason. Learn with J. Yeah, so this is like 2000. Yeah, so this this is the old one, but they had one today with Mishko. Okay, I don't see the link, so I don't know. And I think he finally like was able to make a like an exciting demo for Jason to like, hey, what this is so cool. It's so hard to do that in like other frameworks. So I think Quick is definitely like making a name bit by bit. The problem is Quick that it's like it's not like growing super good. So this is their downloads, and so like at the top they had like 13,000, right? And here's my library for like create React app, like that no one like knows. And like it's not like Airbnb. What's the one like React Area or something that is like just created by like Adobe or something, and this is like the only achievement that they did. It's like this library is like really bad, but it was created by Adobe, so everyone uses it. So it's like this is the library like no one knows, no one cares, and it has like still more downloads than Quick. So it's like the library that no one knows in React ecosystem has like all the downloads of the big what is it like now if you run npm create or like init quick not quick lead. Yeah, so now they added quick to this thing. Like should like no one would no one would like add React lazily anywhere, but like Quick is making a name. They just like don't have the usage for it yet. And yeah, I think we'll see. I think Solid is kind of like easier to VM threads. I think Solid is like easier to kind of like to adopt and like to understand how to use it. Yeah, and that shows up in numbers. But yeah, the thing is that like it's funny to talk about like how the like a Solid and even like Svelte and like Quick, how they're like competing. Where's Svelte? Yes, let's. Okay, I hate this thing so much. But it's like, yeah, Svelte is just like 10 times bigger than Solid, and like Preact is like even bigger than like Svelte and stuff. Yeah, I don't know why like npm just like didn't like remove those dates, just like replace it with 0 instead of like 10 million, right? I think that's like the same thing to do, or at least like npm trans could have done it. Is npm trans is it open source? Yeah, I think there should be just like a table of like values and just like pick like set it to 0 and just like override it. I don't know. I want to do that sometime, at least for like npm threads. Okay, I forgot what I was going to say, but yeah, like Solid and Quick are like so small. It's like silly to talk about like, oh, all the like Solid users are going to use Quick now. And it's like, no, you have to go to like PHP users and like all the people who are like excited about HTMX or something, right? And you have to like convince those people that like Quick is better than HTMX or Quick is better than like Laravel or something. It's silly to talk about like what is better, Solid or Quick. It's like, yeah, you guys are not even like on the Svelte level yet. It's kind of like, yeah, it's silly. I think it's just, yeah. Okay. So anyway, so we did all of this stuff, and I will test it later, I guess. And I need to create like one more thing. So about HTMX, and I even like created the HTMX demo for process runs. Yeah. So there are like two things. So one thing is that HTMX is not the worst possible idea. It's pretty bad, but it's not the worst. And it's like jQuery without stigma in a sense. It's like it's pretty hard to go to your like CTO and say, "Hey, we want to add jQuery to the website." They will laugh you out of the room. If you go to your CTO and you say that I'm going to use HTMX, they're like, "What's HTMX?" So it's already kind of like way better, way better position-wise, right? So it's like it's better if you're talking about like what is HTMX instead of no, we're not letting you add jQuery. So it's like pretty new, and it solves a lot of problem that like backend developers have, and backend developers have like silly problems. So the silly problems that they have is that they want to add like a search bar where you like type something and your results are filtering out. And it's clear that you can't do that without JavaScript, but and like WASM is not a thing. As as much as WASM people want to think of it's being a thing. If I'm writing in Elixir or like Python, like WASM is not an answer. It's like if I'm doing like uh, Rust, right? Or maybe Go soon with with the garbage collection stuff. It could maybe like it's a bit of an answer, but it's not really. So you have to use JavaScript, and they're like, oh, do you have to like use React for that? It just in a sense they just don't know how to kind of like use islands in like I don't know like PHP or Python and all that stuff. And like all the people who know about like islands, they're not interested in talking to like Python people. So there is like this huge disconnect that is like, oh, but like what I need is like so simple. And what you would do 10 years ago, you would go to like jQuery, plugin, um, search, filter, something like that. And you just like find some kind of plugin that is like something filter. I guess like filter maybe like a wrong word. Search, or like autocomplete. Yeah, autocomplete. Perfect. You just find something like that. You're like, oh, I can write something. It's like it's so cool. Okay, does it work? Okay, so like JSON-P data sources. That's kind of like the stuff that you would usually do, and no one is allowed anymore to like use jQuery and use like this plugin. And it seems like this plugin doesn't even work anymore, right? Oh, yeah. So it's like spinning something, but it's like, is it going to do something? Yeah, I don't know. So it's like you're not allowed to use that. The disconnect between like even like Preact is pretty big. So they use like Alpine.js, which is pretty bad framework in my mind. They use like Vue.js, which is again like not that easy, not that kind of like doesn't fit like how people think, how Python people think. And here comes HTMX. They're like, hey, we are giving you jQuery functionality, but it's packaged as like as a server thing, and everyone is just like immediately happy. So it doesn't matter what the tool is. It's just like the market fit of like I don't want to learn JavaScript, and no one allows me to install jQuery anymore. It's kind of like explosion from there. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, so this is like my example. So it's like, hey, I want to like increment a counter. I want to click a button and I want to issue increment post request, and I want to get a new response from that. And it's like this is the response. And it's like, was it hard to implement that on the backend? And we're going to go and say increment, and we're going to say no. We're checking that we're getting the post request, and we're incrementing some counter that and returning like the number. Like backend people are like can backend people, when they see this, they're very happy, especially if you're like write it in Python or Scala or something, right? So like this is JavaScript, so they're not going to be as happy. But this idea that you can just check that the method is post, call some database thing, and return just like a string or a number or like a piece of HTML. This is like heaven for them. It turns out it's pretty stupid, like the way it works. So I feel like I intentionally took their like example, which is like implemented bad, but I feel like it's implemented kind of like bad in a way that backend people would be happy. So I was like, okay, I'm leaving it. So you see, I updated this page, and I got this request, kind of like waterfall. Like I got all the like page data, right, and then I got this request, and every time I'm going to update, it's like there, and like all my images are like delivered even later, right? So it's like there's no fancy kind of like preloads that you get from like like next image optimization, something like that, right? So it's like it's a completely kind of like waterfall thing, and you can like see that the image is not there, and it's like why are we doing this? The why we're doing this is that this tab it like it returns this tab list, so which is like this part. It returns this text, which is this part, and it returns an image, and even returns like CSS to style all of this stuff. And when I click on that tab 2, it will get the same HTML, just like 1, 2, 1, 2. But now you see like selected tab changed, the like text changed, like the image changed. So it's clearly the same template, just like some data changed. And if we go to code, it's like tab number, right? So this is just a parameter. And if the like index is equal to the parameter, it's selected. If the text like is we're picking like the text for like that tab, we're picking an image for that tab. So backend people, when they see this, they're like so happy. And the problem is like, when I'm doing SSR, how am I going to render this part of the page if that's like a separate request, right? So the way that it happens is that where is it? Yeah, so this is like tabs, so like text until here. But now, so if I disable JavaScript, so you see that like it doesn't show anything. So I get this text, but then instead of like server-side rendering, we're like saying, hey, once you load the page, just get this URL and replace tabs, which is like this ID, with the response that you get. So it's going to be like tab element with tab ID, and inside of it you're going to get tab list and tab content. Like in Astro, it's actually not that kind of like complicated to where is it? Like once I'm here, I can actually kind of like SSR some stuff inside of it. I can just import this component and like pre-render it. But just to keep the jQuery kind of like feeling alive, I kept it as they have an example, and it's silly. It's like it's not it's not like what everyone wants to see. Like it's not optimal. It's like it's not optimized. It's not the best. Like when I click on stuff, there's like no spinners that show that like something happens, right? But it's like you could write like SPA the same way that's going to be like not showing spinners and stuff. So it's like it's better than jQuery, which is like not a high bar to to achieve. So happy I didn't got the influencer hype. HTML is less for me than I thought. Yeah, HTML. I like actually sent my boss to HTMX meetup they had in San Francisco, and he was like happy with it. He had started with C#, and we have Elixir on backend. He's like, yeah, this is like a fun thing. Like all the people who were at that meetup were like pretty happy to be there. So I kind of like know people who are happy with this. Yeah, it's not me. It's kind of like not kind of like optimal enough for me. But I can see the backend people being like, yes, it's yeah. So the thing about like backend people is like this is the Kik.com, which is like a new thing that spends like millions, like tens of millions on streamers, and they don't spend anything on the infrastructure. So this is like the data picker. So you would expect to go to like a year, write a year and get something, and you're not getting anything. You expect to like click here, or maybe you expect to be able to click on a date and like select one with a cursor, but unfortunately it just scrolls the model, right? The thing about like backend people is that they will just do this thing with the select option, and it will work better than whatever person was working on this and created all of this kind of like stuff in Vue. They're pretty happy about themselves. They're like working on this, the best framework ever. Everyone who works at Vue, they're like convinced that this is the best framework ever. But the end result is completely kind of like bad. And if you have a company where you can go to CEO and say, hey, this is a sign up page that those Vue people created, and this is a sign up page for our like backend people with HTMX created, 8 times out of 10 the backend with HTMX is going to be better. And that's really kind of like unfortunate, and that's a really kind of like telling about like the kind of like average level of front end. So I'm somehow like happy that HTMX thing is picking up steam, because it's like, yeah, at least your like CEO or whatever is going to ask you like, is this better than HTMX? And that will bring kind of like stuff. Yeah, so it's like they at least have tabs. It's like it's good. Like you don't see where this tab is going because it's like no one has time to do that. But it's like, yeah, I selected the February for some reason. It's like, how did I select it? And like, why is it working like that? Yeah, but they're probably really happy with it. Like all of those people who created this like unusable thing, they're going to go to Stack Overflow and say that they're happy with Vue, and and in some sense, I'm just like I'm happy that some of them are going to be fired, because like someone with HTMX is going to create something better. As long as people are creating something better, that's all that I'm asking for. Okay, I have to run, and I'm pretty happy that we were able to finish that like synchronization and stuff. But yeah, I have to run. Thank you for hanging out in chat, and I don't know. Hopefully, I will do this stuff more often now, but yeah, we'll see. So bye everyone.